Welcome back to Workers and Resources. Well, we are back in our republic, trying to build up the mountain very slowly, expanding our town a little bit. We are developing our gravel industry, trying to get our own first concrete factory, asphalt plant, and gravel storage hooked up so we can rely less on foreign imports. And I guess the question is where we are heading next. I've thought about a few things. We have farming settlement area over here, the dark green spot. We do have coal in this area, which will need a larger city or transportation route from Hellas. I don't know if we could have a rail line coming over here to run the coal mine in this area, but that's another point. Like, this is probably the spot to go for in regards to coal. Could also have a town over here, I guess. The other thing we need is a rail connection towards Hellas, developing this area across the river into a coal unloading station, maybe a storage area for a warehouse to then get the resources from here to the Hellas Old Town warehouse instead of from the customs house. And that would require us to set up a rail line coming from Baraslav customs all the way around here. And probably also the main road connection that I wanted to set up at some point, which needs to be integrated into the town development. So we would need to flatten this out, get a bridge connected, and hook that bridge up with roads to our other infrastructure down here. So these are the things that I'm considering, and maybe a little bit later I will start a poll and ask what I should do. Be it farming, coal mine. I guess these are pretty much the same. I guess going for the coal mine first or going for the farm first. They're quite far away. It would be the next general direction to go in, I guess. The other option, as I said, developing the rail line and road network here to get this area hooked up. Get a little bit more stability going before we pick something else. It would also help us set up the rail line for future development of the farming area, so we don't have to bring stuff here by truck. Developing even more inside Hellas, but we kind of need an industry. I guess we could go for a larger oil field too. I guess the fourth option is trying to push for the harbor area and maybe get a larger scale industry going. We could start building from another... Oh yeah, that's the other thing. The other thing, harbor area. As I said, try to build something up here. Maybe starting from another customs house, developing to the harbor area. So we do have another large customs house here. I thought this one was the next one, but I guess there's two over on this side. And the fourth or final option might be just developing the rail network from a eastern large customs house to our town, so that we may hook up an EDK rail construction vehicle first. And then we could build something over here, I guess. Maybe I'll set up the vote and consider this as a industrial port choice. So we could start building from here and developing a port area for production, where we have like maybe a harbor that leads into a storage, and then that storage. I'm considering building a big industry for the east, so we don't have to do the whole worrying about the currency anymore. The idea would be a settlement that can run 2, 3, 4, as many clothing factories as we could run with a settlement, and slowly expanding up on that. And then basically become the the clothing factory of the whole Republic, even providing exports. Right now our clothing factory in Korasna is pretty limited, and I don't think it will be able to keep up production demand for very long if we start expanding. Last year we produced only 56 tons of clothing. Citizen consumption was 24, so almost half. And as we are starting to use more and more clothing, the export to the east will start to suffer a bit. I do like the idea of trying to set up a port town with an attached clothing factory. And then later we could develop the rail network for the distribution of the clothing back to our town. And I guess maybe phase out our clothing factory over here in favor of something else. Not sure what. I guess the clothing factory over here would still remain. Cannot store or export clothing. Okay, never mind. The issue for not enough production is that we do have too much. I guess now we are running this very efficiently, so we should actually start exporting clothing. And we're gonna export that to the east. So that is a me mistake. I guess we were running full here over time. Now that we have sufficient number of workers, and our money to the east should not look as terrible anymore. Maybe we can stop the prefab panels that bring exports at some point. No matter. Those exports will help a lot. Production is probably going to be quite a bit higher now. Waiting for the road upgrades here. Gravel processing plant is nearing completion. We got our quarried stone storage. We're waiting on this road construction to finish, getting our first stone quarry hooked up. And we can start producing in here. And check if the repair station can reach everything, the repair station from Hellas. And then develop a settlement here. Once everything has been checked and is functional, heating is already present. I guess we could move people in. Quality housing with 50 workers each. Oh, these ones, 100. I do like these ones. They give it a little bit of a diverse look. We'll have to work to get the footpaths hooked up, but I guess that should be fine. We will also need a monument in this area, as you do. I'm just gonna pick a red star monument to claim this area as our own. Let's see. We have our bus platform here. We have a potential for a footpath connection into the main road. Although it is complaining about the building being in the way. Thankfully we can work around that. And we're gonna get a footpath connection up here somewhere. And we should upgrade these roads to those with pedestrian sidewalks. Water, sewage, heating and electricity all planned. Still being built. But that should put it in order for what we want to do. And we'll get a few houses set up in this area. I think it shouldn't be too difficult. It would be 150 people. Ideally I would want, I think, 300. To start out with. make a footpath through here, one way or another. If we can't hook this up, then I guess there will be a footpath connection over here, which will be enough. And then we can hook this up to these houses, even though it's not really necessary, but I like the look of it. And down here, I don't think we will have all of these. Just to give it a little bit of asymmetry. And that would be around 300 people that we could get with these houses. Citizens' happiness low. 48%, what's wrong? Life expectancy is quite low. Heating seems fine, it's minus 8 degrees, but maybe when the temperature drops it gets worse. Oh yeah. It does lower the temperature here quite a bit. Why is that one heating plant not enough? Because there's not enough workers here. So how do I make sure that we have enough workers? We should be bringing a bunch of workers here. Anytime. Not sure why sometimes the heating plant doesn't receive enough. But it is not enough for our residential area here with the one heating plant. Even though we only have 184 cubic meters of heating hooked up with now three heat pumping stations, it's not enough. So we probably have to hook the other one up directly if the splitting pump doesn't work correctly. Yeah, I don't want to cause unhappiness here. Seems like the temperature is not enough. The other option would be another small heating plant. I guess we will do that. We can have two of these here. And then we'll rework the heating pipes once more. Didn't expect to have to do that, but apparently we're losing too much heating from small heating pipes. I guess in that case we can probably also try a large heating plant and then be prepared to maybe expand the area. But if a small one isn't enough, I don't know. How much more capacity is that? 42 versus 210 gigajoules. This one has 4 times the consumption. 4 times 42 would be 168. So it is more efficient. 4 times 7 is 28. Also slightly more efficient than 4 times the small heating plants in regards to pollution. I guess we're gonna go ahead and work a large heating plant then. Or try with a dedicated pipe to each of the heat pumping stations. It must be the pipe. It's probably the pipe. It's not distributing the heat correctly between all of them. We will try separating this out into a dedicated pipe instead. Yeah. Hello, Rubber Duck. Thank you very much for the raid. Much appreciated. Hello, Cthulhu. Welcome. Hope you had an incident-free rest of the stream. And everything was fine. Hello, Mike from Jake. Welcome to you too. No resources, missing plastics. So you are apparently not... Wait, what? Oh, operating without issue. I guess the delivery was just a bit slow. We will reduce the amount of fabric stored in favor of having more of the other materials. We don't need that much fabric. And we will have to rework our heating in Korwazna. We'll try a dedicated heating pipe. And if that doesn't work, we will have to just get a larger heating plant, but it's probably me splitting this up into multiple pipes, and then it's trying to pull the... I guess, what if I set this one up to have higher priority? Is it taking from this first, or is it pumping the heating here first? I don't know what the higher priority means. My assumption is it's probably taking from here first, and then it would make sense. I guess we're gonna wait for next winter and see what happens. But the temperature is gonna rise again. This heat exchanger does have access to any building, as do most. This one does also reach everything, supposedly. So if we can make sure we take heating first from this heat exchanger, maybe then the other ones can supply heating in areas when there's a little bit of a shortage. We'll see if it works out next year, but we do have 210 cubic meters of heat water. It's just that maybe we lose too much of the heating from the heating pipes and the distance. That could be the other reason. If we had the heating plant over here, maybe the issues would go away too. I'm pretty sure that the pollution is not a problem. And moving a little bit closer might be fine as well. Especially since we had the heating plant inside the town. So if we do run into issues again, we will move the heating plant closer, I guess, instead of building a large one. Hey ho, all in good. At the end, next week, First City will be reborn. Sounds good. That sounds excellent. Yeah, I do not like living in freezing conditions. Well, we're gonna try and fix it next year if it continues happening. Over on this side, we have reached the area for the first gravel quarry. We can connect the electricity. And then we should be able to start operating all of this. Thank you for the lurk. Yeah, now that we're doing clothing exports to the east, things are looking much improved. Although I don't need that much money, realistically. Let's see what the storage says, I guess. I also don't want to endlessly export. Yeah, our domestic clothing storage is quite empty again. Clothing export east. Weren't you supposed to take from this one instead? Resna clothing export. So I guess we're back to exporting to We're back to exporting to the east, but from the correct warehouse. So our domestic storage should remain unaffected again. We did change that at one point, because we felt like we weren't producing enough. But that was actually incorrect. Now we should be fine. Waste production over here is getting a bit high. But these ones are not removing any of the waste right now. Because there's one waste truck heading here from Krasna Technical Services. I guess we will have to restrict that one so it doesn't reach up here. That slows down the waste pickup. I can't really do that. Can I? No, then these buildings wouldn't be in range. I don't know. Could probably prevent it from traveling here. But I guess whenever it comes here, then the other ones turn active. Because then they realize there's so much waste here, we need more. And now the Hellas University Technical Service wants to take a gander at that too. Yeah, I guess waste issues are not a problem, it's just the way the waste delivery is set up. We should probably remove this and just load from the factory directly. I think I'll do that. That would lead to the issue that the waste inside the fire station would pile up though. That's the other problem, I guess. I mean, it is working. We just have to wait for the trucks to decide to go here. Apparently it's only sending one truck at a time. Gravel processing plant finishing up. Quarry shouldn't take too long. Truck aggregate unloading also shouldn't, but we'll see. And then we need to either bring foreign workers here or get our housing set up. But we'll start with some, not foreign workers, like workers from Hellas. We'll start with a small bus route. The ones that are bringing firefighters will basically distribute among all buildings. And by all buildings I mean the fire station and the gravel processing plant, nothing else. But we have to wait for some quarried stone to become available first and electricity to be available in all areas. And once we have some gravel, we will distribute those workers inside the asphalt and concrete plant and set our construction offices to pick up resources from here. And then we can resume with the road construction. But yeah, I'm not 100% sure yet with the roads here. I think all of them could go up on this hill. And then I guess we could go along this side. We still have to decide on what to do. I guess I'll put a poll in. I'm gonna repeat the choices right now. First choice, what I think would be the default answer if there's a tie between it, or if there's no answer to the poll, is building a rail and road connection around this side, on this side of the river, having the rail connection here, and the road connection around Hellas, hooking up to our main road setup on this crossing over the top, and then hooking up here. So we have a double lane asphalt road going to the customs house, and we have a rail connection around Beatis River on this side. That would be vote number 1. We will call that Baraslav to Hellas. The second one, built towards the farming settlement and then the farming spot over here, so we would instead use our newly found materials to extend our road construction and build a farming settlement, which would be quite far away. But then we could have a farming area set up. That would be vote number 2. 3 would be coal mine. I'm not sure how we would set up the workers here. That would be even further away, but I guess since Kolata is already present, we could develop off of this area past the oil fields. This would be vote number 3. Vote number 4 would be down here, developing a harbor area with a clothing factory array of like 3-4 something clothing factories, a new town in this area, and an industry focused on producing directly into a dockyard, into a ship, into a harbor, I mean. That would be option number 4. And 5 would be building off of a large customs house on this border. Either this one, Karabadag, or Staralinia. Option number 5 would be building a rail line from here all the way to Hellas, the same side of the river that I showed. Getting a rail connection here and maybe towards Kolata, so that we have access to a EDK rail construction vehicle. That would basically be the way to get a better rail construction vehicle. That would be option 5. I'm gonna start a poll now. I hope I have 5 choices that I can do. I do think I have to start that from the website, so give me a moment. Maybe I can do that. I have to mute the stream. There we go. Can I do that? Why does it not work? I thought it was poll. Can I not start polls? Give me a moment. Must be from here then. Maybe that's something that you need affiliate for. Maybe I can't start polls. Should be in here. There it is, okay. So the first option, Baraslav to Hellas infrastructure, as I said. Second option was the farming settlement. Third option is the coal mine. Fourth option is harbor. And the fifth option was the EDK rail construction. I'm gonna leave that poll open for, I guess, 5 minutes. And the first option would be the default. Well, it says there's an error message and I can't create it. Okay, I guess I will try one more time. If it doesn't work again, then we will either skip the poll or just vote with numbers in chat, which might be easier. Customs house infrastructure, option 1. Farm, option 2. Coal mine, option 3. Harbor, option 4. Rail construction, option 5. Try and start the poll again. Doesn't work. Okay, so I either can't start polls or there's a bug right now. Then, if someone has a wish that we should do, you can vote with the number that I just named. As I said, infrastructure from the customs house number 1, farming settlement 2, coal mine back here 3, harbor area next to the southwestern corner 4, or getting an EDK rail construction vehicle number 5. And I would probably default to the Pyroslav Customs to Hellas infrastructure connection first. But yeah, maybe someone has an option, an idea what to do. That would be my choices. Gravel quarry, a few more deliveries, as does the electric substation. We will deliver fuel to the gravel quarries with the fuel truck from the gas station. I guess we could also build other industries and hook them up to the rail line from the customs house, importing materials and then just building something. Instead of getting raw materials, we could build any industry we want. But that would entail the infrastructure construction from the Pyroslav customs house, I think. Loyalty in Hellas, too low, 23. 62 happiness. 2 unemployed. Some desire for spirituality. Heating is hooked up, although it is getting quite far away. But we are building another heat exchanger up here. And once we have that, this area should be much safer in regards to heating. Korazna is still unhappy from previously. And now they have a building reconstruction because of wear and tear. Quality of flats is down to 47%, so their maximum happiness also is going down. Oil price going up. I did not choose oil, I guess, as an option, because of the terrible oil price that we have, but who knows, maybe that one recovers as well. We're back up to 24 rubles for buying oil. Still not anywhere near a reason to set up oil in a larger capacity, but I guess Kolata could also get some oil production facilities if the oil price keeps going up. We had one train refueling, so now there's a little bit of a traffic issue. Looks like the trains are a little bit long if they refueled. But it's not going to be an issue because the other trains are always going through here or refueling. The only thing it stopped was basically this train from going through. Which I guess is a good enough reason to not have that happen. But then I guess we have that conundrum. I'll just let all trains wait over here and not on this section. That's fine. Dedicated heating pipe is what I wanted to build. It's March, temperature is 18 degrees. We do have another heating pipe that we can set up here. I didn't want to build it because I set the priority here. But if we have to make a change, then this would connect directly into this. And the heat pumping station would only make sure that there's enough heating available in this heat exchanger. Which it looks like it doesn't need. I don't know why this one was complaining about... I guess it wasn't complaining about heating, it was complaining about electricity at the point. I don't know. We'll see if there are any issues, and if there are, we will just hook up this heat exchanger and see if that fixes it. If not, we might have to get another heating plant. We're slightly over the current capacity, but the pipes are a little bit narrow, I guess. Electric substation almost done. Board deliveries for the quarry. We'll need an excavator. We're just going to get the road excavators, even though they're a little bit more... I guess the road excavators are a little bit more expensive and they don't travel around at all. We will relocate these excavators into the nearby road depot, the free road depot that we had. We will have to place that down again. Or I guess temporarily into the construction office. And then move some road excavators in here instead. Or we could get some western excavators if we have better ones available. Which right now we do not. So we'll replace them instead with some road excavators, which travel nice and quick. Electricity is available up here. We'll upgrade the road. Still need one conveyor connection, one engine transfer, the unloading station. But then we're pretty much ready. I guess I will open all of these buildings up to what they should have, worker-wise. The small store will do fine with only 5 workers once the area becomes active. Then we'll see. Well, since there are no votes, I guess we're gonna go for the infrastructure, giving Hellas its own road connection over here, and setting up a rail line towards the heating plant in preparation for expanding the infrastructure in the future. So all we will need in this area is enough room to get a bridge across. We already planned that a little bit. What's going on with the overlay? Why is it being weird? The road connection would come from the customs house, Paraslav Customs, where we will have to make the 2 road connections from here move under the rail line, come back up, and then find a path past this hill, cutting through this mountain, coming down here, cutting across. This is the plan. I'm not sure why the flattening makes such weird shapes right now. Okay, now they go away. Remove our roads for alignment. And then get a bridge across. We're slightly too low, so we have to elevate this a little bit. Oh crap. I need my alignments again. Oh no. Well, I guess it wouldn't be the worst, just being as close as possible to the road over here. I had the wrong tool. the road connection back. Always set up the correct height. Hopefully this is enough. Let's see. Yep, that will be enough. Okay. Then we can remove the road. We don't need all of the area to be at that height, just the bridge itself. And as I said, the road will come down from this area. And this is mainly intended to be a main road connection for our settlement. Not sure why the terrain is clipping into that bridge, but it is probably because this isn't flattened right. I don't know. Why is it not being nice here? Maybe if I set up a road first. On both sides. Still doesn't like this. Maybe I'll just won't snap them together, but put them next to each other. Like so. I guess that'll work. Pillars are placed okay. Mostly. Then we need to find a path up here. And we're probably going to tunnel through this, coming back out to the other side, going around into the customs house. Okay, that would be the initial setup. don't really intend to have a connection between these two types of roads, I don't think. This is basically just going to be a service road in the end. And then the tunnel itself will have to come up somewhere past here. We'll have to flatten this area. Basically, we'll go to the surface as early as possible. I think we'll just carve a path through this, mostly. But we will still use bridges and tunnels where appropriate. But since this is going to be the main road, the purpose will be, or the point of it will be, to terraform the area the way we want it to be, not the other way around. Need some workers here. Finish the construction. Do we still have workers? There is no bus in this one. The Krasna ones do have buses, but I think they're picking up from here. And it might be better picking up from this bus stop instead. So we'll get our workers from this bus stop now. No bus stop here. No buses here. Especially since we have so many workers. It's gonna be better. So many workers in Hellas and so many buses inside the construction office. It makes sense to pick up from the bus stop that does have the most workers, I guess. We can change that over once we relocate some of the people. Some of the buses, I mean. People carrying vehicles. Definitely got enough workers. So what are you doing? Are you carrying workers now? I guess we're doing a lot of maintenance right now, which makes sense. Yep, just do maintenance, I guess. Maybe we were a bit short on workers. Lots of things that need to finish construction. In that case, we could continue with the planning of the area over here. I think I need more bulldozers. This is not enough. Bulldozers and excavators, pretty much. Mostly bulldozers. And we'll move them along this area wherever we need them. I think in this area I probably have enough to get this connection made. We will close in the hill where the tunnel will be. So the road will merge into 2 lanes here for the tunnel connection. Go through, come around, and then from this we need to find a path down to these 2 bridges. And for that I think we just need to flatten this, smoothen out the area, and then it should find a path. Get rid of all of the steep edges basically, and then move through a road connection, which we might have to flatten a bit. We will have to go around the rocky area here, because it's hard to flatten. Is there more rocky area here? No, it's just this bit. Come down here. And then go into our road area. Maybe not all the way to the bridge, leave a little bit of a gap. Hello Project 7, welcome. I'll let the roads come through here, and then from there they can hook up. This bit of hill will also have to be removed, just a little bit. From here to here. And then this little bit of hill from here to, I guess, here. If it lets us. I guess we will have to flatten manually first. Seems to be a little bit steep. Still a little bit too much. We'll make it work. Remove the road again, smoothen it out. Should be nice. The other road we will also have to place, I guess. So now I want to get this a little bit smoothed out, but I also want to remove the edges. I removed too much. Well, we can just smoothen it out and leave it how it is. As long as there's no red sections, we should be fine. Then we have to work on this area to do the same here. But I think this is acceptable. Have to smoothen this out next. Well, let's focus on this area over here first. We need our connections down here to stay. And then just get this nice and smooth. subtract this. That will do. Now we do the connection piece, because that's where, next to a node is where the game always gets a little bit confused, but that's no problem. Let's do the same over here. This will work. Now we just have to find our road again. Nice and smooth. And then over here, there's a few bumps in the terrain. Well, we will have to remove the road. I'll leave these in. And then we can disconnect from here up to about here. I would like this to be as flat as possible. There we go. Just a small few gentle hills cutting through here. And then from there we will tunnel through this mountain bit, coming out the other side, maybe into a small bridge, curved bridge, following along the hill, heading all the way over to Baraslav Customs. And we will have to flatten a bit too. And now we have our 4 bulldozers over here, so it shouldn't be any difficulty to get this terrain sorted out. Well, maybe a little bit. There is a tough bit of terrain here, it feels like. Road comes through here. Bridge comes up, hooks up into this area, and then we can follow the terrain slowly up to the other place for the tunnels. Now we just have to get the tunnel up here. Yes, the tunnel is supposed to be above ground here. I guess it doesn't like coming out with the back sticking out like that. So we will have to lower the terrain to get the tunnel to come out. Somewhere along this area. That might be enough. Okay, and as I said, from here we can develop the road all the way to this area. I think we have to design the tunnel first though. We are at 84 meters height, and we want to be at 50-60 meters-ish down here. I guess we don't have to go that far. We could go here and then snake along this area. Let's see. I think that would be the next step for the road section. So this is where the tunnel could start, going through the mountain in pretty much a straight line. And then we have to set up from here. Tunnel will have to be redone. We're gonna come out this side and probably have a slight curved bridge heading down further further down here. I guess I could maybe think about going directly into a bridge from the tunnel. That would also work. If it lets us. It might not. I don't think there should be a problem. Oh, we'll see. Follow the terrain down here. Going into a flat piece for that is groundworks again, and then keep going. We need to head down here, which is gonna go along this area for quite a bit. But I guess we are going to get up to about here and then through this area. I think this is gonna be a road section. Oh. Bulldozers don't seem to have reach over here quite yet. We only have two. I assume those are from Hellas. So if we define this to be a road section that then keeps curving along the terrain, then we can say that this road needs to head up here. So from this point, about here, there would be the bridge. I think I need to widen it again and have the other one not connect directly because there are clipping issues a little bit. Maybe I can move the inside one further inside instead. So, well... it does not like being here now. This doesn't clip, because a little bit asymmetry doesn't hurt. But I think the bridge is floating now, so that is definitely not okay. Let's try and widen this a little bit just to have a little bit more room to try things. I guess we could make this narrower. Yeah, we also don't need to use the grid snapping. We can just hook up into the ground here and hook up here. Remove the roads once more, flatten again, and then hopefully it should be fine. Or not flatten, but smooth the terrain a little bit. Go back a little bit here. I would like this to not be too straight with the connection. This will work. The road looks okay. It does not quite look okay. Well, that should be an easy fix. I think this will be enough. It's still a little bit wobbly here. We definitely have to get that one better. This one is not acceptable. This one needs to go down as soon as it... There should be no flat sections before the bridge, basically. I guess we will have a little bit of flat section, but maybe we can remove most of this. Not that great. Still have some flat sections here, but I guess it's fine. Then follow the terrain, basically. Go through here, along the hillside. Actually, it's gonna be... It might become a little bit elevated again. We might have to just follow this and see where it leads us. This is all tough terrain, and ideally I would like to leave it as that. It's also pretty steep. Maybe we can go around it like that. No excavator in range. I think we'll have to start building first before we can modify the terrain in this area and relocate some vehicles. Or maybe our excavator is just currently busy. I think the tunnel and the road can be built. This will take a while until we come out of this side. Alright. And once we're at this area, we can start moving in. Bring the vehicles with us. And the goal is to get to about here. From which point we can probably design a bridge where we will hook up on. And we'll leave this mountainous terrain the way it is, instead of cutting through the top, I guess. And after we have set up all of that, we can then build a rail line. Not too much terrain work, please. But some terrain work is okay. Definitely have to smoothen out these, get the bumps removed. But from a concept standpoint, this is what the road is gonna look like. Then it'll hook up into a bridge, come around here, and hook up into Hellas University. And from this point on, either go into the road down here, and I guess instead of having a bridge off of this road, we could use this one to go across here again. Which would be a little bit weird, but hey. Roads sometimes do weird things. Alternatively, we'll have to take this road and also go along this side, which doesn't really make much sense. So I guess this road will stay up here, then cut across this whole section onto this side. That's probably what we are going to get. Stone quarry is up. Let's move an excavator in. Let's check our repair station range. It is in range. We have the unloading station, we have our storage. Now we just need vehicles. And to start it out with, I guess, a free storage to bring in some vehicles. And then after that, set up the whatchamacallit, the people living in the area. We won't use the very large trucks because they're too slow to accelerate. We'll instead use these ones. 2 each, because we have 2 unloading slots each. Since we can't use a distribution office, we will have to make a route. Waiting until loaded with quarried stone, unloading anything. Also waiting here. This vehicle should, the excavator should never leave. It will get fuel. And then Clibrius, quarried stone, doesn't need anything more than that. I guess quarried stone 1, the first setup. We'll bring some fuel over, take our truck. After the construction office, I guess. Let's pick it up, put it after. After the construction office, you will visit each and every quarry that we set up and bring fuel over. Bring some fuel over now, please. Excavator is ready. I'm still waiting on the dump trucks. There they are. You can be assigned, and you can go as well. And that should give us our first quarried stone. Last step. until we get our own population in this area, is just sending workers to all the other facilities. Which means that we now have concrete and asphalt as soon as gravel enters the area. These buildings can therefore be assigned to pick up asphalt, concrete, and gravel from these storages. And as we add more workers, we will add more quarries to keep the efficiency up. But I believe this is going to be a nice production chain for gravel. Shouldn't take too long to fill this up to a decent capacity. And for the amount of workers that we have right now, one quarry is probably going to be enough. But a second quarry might be necessary, and then we can probably run it full time until we get a TV or radio station, maybe a third one. Once we get a radio station and the productivity goes up, then we might need more. But yeah, we have our own asphalt and concrete now. So every construction office that we have can basically be assigned to this. All pickup locations in this area will handle the second to fourth connection in each construction office now. Aggregate loading of gravel in Klibrusk, if that is, well, if that's how you pronounce it. We will assign any other construction office to pick up from here instead of the customs house. And then hopefully things will construct a little bit faster, especially as we start adding more vehicles to the construction office in Klipperusk, when we can start the road construction from this area. To get the bridge construction here, I think we have to raise the terrain to about the height that we have on this area. For that I will grab the level terrain from height center and try to sneak it across. And by sneak across I mean drag it very quickly to not affect too much. But this is the same height as this area now. All these spots being not there. They're removed again. So if we get this height to the river and then smoothen out the terrain a little bit, this will be our connection point for the area, and then from there we can go down. I will leave a little bit of room because, as I said, there will be a rail line connection through here, so the road will come across here and the rail line will go underneath. Hopefully it will have enough room. I guess we can place the rail line to see if it works. And I guess I'll make another spot of terrain here for the bridge to go across. Pretty much. Maybe we can use a different type of bridge, but I never know which one to use. Maybe they can be... I don't like... I don't know. I guess it doesn't look too terrible. What about this one? Yeah, that's a little bit much for having so many arches. Coal price going up, well that's a thing. We've already decided on what to do if the coal price now starts going up wildly. That's gonna be a problem. It's not going up wildly yet, but that's the second increase. So there's a concern. Why do you do this? Why? I guess we'll hook up a road here, remove the bridge again, and see if we can hook this up without terrain clipping. Is this lower than the ground now? It looks like it. It looks like it moved it lower for some reason. I don't know why it does that. Concrete bridge it'll be. Yeah, it's kind of strange. I hope this doesn't cause terrain clipping through the bridge once it's done, but we'll see. And to check the rail line, we will have to redraw those bridges so the pillars line up. And make sure that the rail line can go through. I don't know if it's elevation issue or me just putting the pillars at a weird angle. Different way. Now the pillars match up. Okay, the rail can go through. So we can have a double track through this area and get our rail connected with an aggregate loading station here, unloading station for the coal, and move further along the river. Definitely have to prepare the terrain first. There we go. Yeah, not sure about the bridges, but I guess if it can be reproduced that easily, maybe there's a... maybe it doesn't show up, I don't know. We will find out after the first bridges have been constructed, these two. I guess they are not the longest ones. And then we do need the road connection here, where the connection from this one down here has to be set up. Vehicles from this side have to go down to this road and also come back up. This is a one-way road, but here we have a two-lane road basically. So the road is going to have a connection up here. We have to do that for... actually no, this is also a one-way road, never mind. I currently have it as a two-lane road, but that's because I didn't set up the other ones yet. We have to build the other roads, which we can now do because we have our own asphalt, concrete, etc. Let's start building this road. And this one. We'll level the terrain out a little bit, make the hill look less menacing. Probably move it in towards the bridge first before leveling it out. There we go. I'll that was a bit too much. Sure. And then I guess there won't be any off-ramps here, probably, but there might be buildings around it. Main road. So the connection over here is going to be, this is a one-way road, this is a one-way road. So vehicles have to come from this into this in one direction and also move up from this into this. Probably or from the both, from one side only. So we have a single lane connecting up here, then a single lane connecting down. That would basically achieve what we need. Yeah. So we have our off-ramp, we have our on-ramp, and then this connects down here with an on-ramp and an off-ramp. We have to basically get the terrain lowered down. I have to remove these again for the time being, until I can get the terrain flat enough to get the road to go up here. And then the same thing we will have to do with on this side for this lane with this road. But that should be it, I think. Then we have everything connected in the area, I believe. Let's maybe do a little bit more drastic digging and flatten it back up. Like there to be a curved road about here. It looked better before, I think. Yep, that'll do. And then this road heads down here and hooks up on this side too. I think that'll work. Würde die Brücke ohne den Hubbel in der Mitte nicht besser aussehen? I don't want. I wanted to have a little bit of extra support. I didn't want to have a very long bridge. I kind of want it to be a little bit of road here actually. Let me remove these again. Let's leave one bridge here. Get a little bit of road going. Can't snap to that though. Then we will have the bridge go here. And then have a road section here. I don't like very long bridges that are like endlessly long. I made this explicitly here to just separate the bridge length a little bit. Oh, I can change this one. No, I can't change it. I was going to say I could use the I could use the beam bridge, which are very useful for long bridges. But I think that might get in the way of the railroad. But the beam bridge is definitely what I will use on the other road connection. This side. This will become a beam bridge. I forgot about those. Oh no, beam bridges can't be curved. Never mind. I forgot. Beam bridges are just straight. Then we can't use it. We could use it here, but I think it'll get in the way of the railroad. We'll try. Straight bridge is definitely possible, but yeah, look at that. The beam. Definitely in the way. Way less pillars. I guess we could use it and just lower the terrain and have the railroad go through a small ditch. But or I could have the beam bridge go just over the river and then turn into a concrete bridge again. Doesn't like snapping different bridge types together, but that's fine. So we would go up to here, and then probably be able to turn that into a beam bridge. It's really weird with the snapping if it's not on the ground. It's definitely a different height now. Alright, let's draw the bridge again and then see if we can hook this up now. That'll do. And then this one. I don't like this. I don't like the beam suddenly ending. That doesn't make any sense. This will not do. This will not do. We'll just stick with a concrete bridge. Make this a single bridge again. Unfortunate. But yeah, the other option of just drawing a bridge straight across here without this little bit of terrain section, I don't know why I don't like it. I basically think that they would create a little bit of support here, but maybe I'm wrong. And then on this side we will need the other connection uphill. Definitely need to smoothen it out first. Not gonna hook it up right now because the road is under construction, but that should work. And this road up here is not under construction, so we can hook it up right now. There we go. I think the terrain will be visible at the small artificial hill. You mean the clipping? Yeah, I'm concerned about that. I am a little bit concerned about that. I don't want the full-on bridge through. I would use other tricks to try and lower the terrain with other means. First, but I think we're gonna try and build it and then see if we have to adjust. There are ways to lowering the terrain a little bit. Even this one has the same clipping issues. because we didn't start the bridge at the edge precisely, but yeah, we'll see. Once this road is up, we can hook everything together. Should paint it with asphalt when finished though. Oh yeah, we can paint the hill. The whole hill? Oh, you mean the just the upper area? Maybe that would solve it. Terrain clipping. Ah, I see what you mean. That's true, that could also fix it. We'll give it an asphalt section up here and then see what it looks like. Had to do that in my city too. We do have a bridge that was clipping a little bit like this, but it's mostly clipping because of the terrain difference, so the vehicles have to take a little bit of a bump here. Traffic jam of a waste truck. Okay, so I guess we're also going to move an external waste storage here to never have that issue. Looks like the internal storage is not large enough, with a truck being very far away. But that should be the only one, I think. Yeah, there could be issues here, so we'll make an adjustment for the quarries and just build a large external waste storage for them. Search range 3 kilometers, please. Thank you. Gravel is slowly filling up, but it stopped running for a bit. We got our technical service, which will handle the waste removal from the area. I think Western trucks are going to be fine. Yellow and orange, please. Red and orange? Sure. And now the question is, do we bring it to the customs house or the train up here? We will need another train station in the area to drop the waste into. So we'll have another bridge with the coal unloading station having a waste station next to it as well. Or we could just bridge over here and unload it into there. But I think there will be a simple bridge across here. Probably a brick bridge or something. Maybe a prefab panel one. And then when the coal unloading station has been built and we have the train line connecting through this area, there will be a simple train station again, like we have next to the mine, just to collect all of the waste in this area. Have to be a bit careful with not dumping the wrong waste in there, otherwise it'll spread. If we put hazardous waste in here, the town could become compromised. Well, that shouldn't be an issue. We'll start building everything here. I still need the Soviet Star monument. We have that planned but not hooked up yet. Should be asphalt. I guess all of these are gravel. There we go. And then the technical office will need to know where to bring things. I guess we're just gonna drop the construction waste up in here for now. Only mixed waste up here. And if you ever pick up something else, hazardous waste, currently customs house, and anything else too, but you shouldn't really pick anything else up. There will be waste removal from this area. There will be citizen waste, and for that they will need to drop it into the, bring it to the customs house. 2 garbage trucks. I'll probably also, next to the dump, build another waste storage for hazardous waste, and then we can designate one wagon, one cargo wagon for the train to always hold hazardous waste, and then the other one to hold mixed waste. And then wait until fully loaded with mixed waste. Should always take the hazardous waste with it. Definitely need to build a dedicated storage for it though, so it doesn't generate any pollution. But yeah, footpath construction, road construction should all go pretty quick now. The waste storage will only really have to wait for prefab panel and steel after the road has been built. Should not be a problem. We will get 2 buses here, and we'll hook them up to the bus stop in Hellas Old Town. It might be a good idea to at some point relocate all workers down to University and let the large bus stop handle things, but right now traffic is still okay. We're down a lot of people, I guess. What are our construction officers doing? Constructing a lot of things. No maintenance. We are throwing a few workers at the tunnel constructions over here. They will have to build 3 tunnel segments each before we can resume regular road construction. And this one I still have to flatten out. Not sure how far we're gonna get. It's a little bit steep, but not unheard of. The area down here needs a fix. I guess we can make it a little bit less steep, up to maybe this point. That looks okay. And the last section. I guess we're gonna come around here and then hook up back. But for construction, I think we can build up towards this point right now and then hook up a free vehicle storage so we can prepare the rest, the connection over here. Still have to set up the bridge around this rocky terrain so we don't have to flatten things. Don't want to build another tunnel. I could cut across over here, but we're just gonna build around it. It's fine. Oh yeah, we can set up up to here. We might have to remove these in case the flattening doesn't play nicely, but the road can be built up to there. We might have a connection off of this into our maintenance service road, our initial road, which will have to go across the train tracks somewhere. Or maybe up on this side and then hook up into here on this side. Not sure yet. Right now, the dirt road connection for building this will do. As I said, we might also just go to Hellas, and then if a vehicle from the customs house has to go to Krasna, it will have to travel all the way around. Or use the service road. Vehicle repairs. It's normal. It says it's waiting for repairs. It says we're missing plastic. Why are we using that much plastic, I wonder? Have to get back to work. Schönes Wochenende. Schönes Wochenende to you too. Have a nice weekend. Thank you for joining. So we don't have enough plastic in this. Something is using up a lot of it. That means we have to increase our internal storage. Right now we have it set to 0.8, which is apparently not enough. It has to be a lower level. A higher level, I mean. Let's put these up to 1.7, 1.8. How much is that? I don't know. Then 30, 40 is 70. That's 80. 100. Yeah, I guess. If the game is that fuzzy about cargo space, if we go down by 1 and down by 1, that would be 40% when we could have this amount. Still seems a little bit low. I guess we don't need that many electronics. Go up by plastics by 1, lower this by 1. Pick up more plastics, please. We have a lot of vehicles waiting to get repaired. There's 3% wear and tear left, and we're not continuing because we don't have any plastics right now, which could cause issues. I have to keep an eye on this, or just use the checkbox and not repair the plastics bit. Just repair mechanical damage and not care about the plastics at all. I will also change this a little bit. 3.2.6. 25, 35. 2.19. Yep, now they're even. Now that we have the same amount of plastics as electronic components. And hopefully that will make the repairs a little bit more reliable. Way too much fabric in here. But you know. Once the vehicle gets back, we should be able to finish the last repairs quite quickly. Like if the forklift didn't get repaired, it would create issues quite quickly because, well, we're using it to bring food on the table of our citizens. Thankfully, one of them is still running. Could have a second truck. But yeah, delivery road shouldn't be that far. Shouldn't take that long. One road here is done. All the way up to the heating plant. So we'll set this up as a one-way road network. Still have to hook up the gas station. There's a lot of traffic signs here, I guess. Yeah, we always have the speed sign here. Technically this still counts as town. I should mark this at the town ends before. So the heating plant technically doesn't count as town anymore. And I can use full speed traveling along here instead of restricted speed that they have right now. Can you leave the road, please? Thank you. This one, and that's it. Town ends on this side. Yep, starts over here. That's fine. Then they will be able to use full speed here without the whole traffic signs. We need to remove one more snapping point. There will be a snapping point here for sure, and one on this side, but what's in the area? Is there another sign? No. I guess. Wait, you... Oh my god, I didn't know that. I didn't know you could merge a road into this. You can't merge normal roads into this, but you can merge a single lane road here. That's cool. That is neat. That means we can use these traffic signs here. Well, I thought we could. Apparently, yeah, let me write that down. So, it does take it, but once you have placed it, you can't change it anymore. So I guess we won't use it until it gets maybe set up the way it's intended to. But yeah, that will give us another gas station in the area for vehicles traveling the other way. Then we have our one-way road heading there. That sign can go away too. As can that one. And these. And I guess we can put the road signs over, the settlement signs over here. And remove them from this place. I was wondering if I should institute a speed limit, but 60 speed is fine. No, let's put these signs here. Otherwise they will slow down way too early. So the city stops here and it starts here. It doesn't like that. When you remove these, there we go. At least they're in the same place now. a little bit further away. Let's see. The city starts here, city ends here. Why is it complaining? Oh, because this needs to face that way. And then for this short section we will give it a speed sign that it can... No, it should stay slow. This is a perpendicular one. This is fine. Let's hope we get enough plastics for vehicle repairs delivered now. For the future, I'm gonna make the vehicle go once more to refresh the plastics and then see if the setting will hold for the future. Hopefully it'll be right now. We did not bring enough workers to the heating plant during that ordeal because we had bus issues because they were all stuck in the repair station, I guess. These ones can be paused for now. But we can build this bridge, I guess. Why do you have issues? Is it too far away for you? I should have done that in the route. Hellas, fuel. Which one is it? Oh, I've changed so many routes. Custom. Oh no, this is not gonna work. I guess I didn't change that many, I just created some that I didn't name yet. Alright, what's your issue? Old Town bus platform, heating bus stop. You can't get to the heating bus stop? That is a concern. What's the issue? Did I mess up a one-way road somewhere? I guess I should maybe use the question mark tool. It's complaining about... Oh yep, that is the issue. I did draw this in the wrong way. Well, that could have been disastrous. Hopefully they can get back to the heating plant in time. Right now no one is working at it, and it's very cold. How long have you been waiting? You have 1 hour to get to the heating plant. It is an asphalt road, but you go back to the bus stop, please. A little bit too late. We might run into a few heating issues here. Yep. And this bus might not get there in time. It has 15 minutes left and the road isn't cleared. Should have probably paid attention to what the issue that the ambulance had. Should have paid more attention to that, I guess. So we will probably lose a few people. People here all into the heating plant once you arrive. Oh, we're building another heating pipe. Are we? This one. Stop. Must have accidentally started one. Right, there will be a few workers for the heating plant. I have to walk around. Producing heating again. More buses, please. Unemployment up to 5%. Where's the next bus? There it is, 29 workers. Then the issue should be resolved again. The workers that we have right now cannot keep up with the demand. And we are probably losing a few people right now. But the next bus should solve it. Just the wrong one-way road, and everyone dies. You can send workers anywhere. If we have a fire, it would be more catastrophic, so let's send some workers back into the fire station as well. The heating issue is the imminent issue, but 15 workers should be enough to deal with it. Yep, 100 people down. Let's hopefully stabilize soon enough. We are below the 0 degrees in the buildings. The heating is trying to fight it. We should receive workers again regularly, hopefully. Happiness is down quite a bit. Oh, we received another bus before then. Okay. Well, the heating plant is sufficient again. Ambulances are complaining because we had a lot of health-related issues. But things should stabilize again. And hopefully the people can get themselves sorted out in our hospital. Clinics might be a bit overworked. Just a little bit. This building is without electricity, which means that it will not provide heating to anything in its area. Yep, happiness is low. We are working on it. 80%. I wonder if the buildings that are brick buildings retain heating a little bit better. I haven't tested that yet. Heating over here is much better than in this area. Old Town seems to be struggling a little bit. Although we are not at capacity. I guess the heating pipes might be a little bit overworked. Should hopefully be able to catch back up again. We'll be fine. We just lost 500 people or something. This year, 1,800 deaths versus 1,800 births, 140 escapes. We should be fine. We still have to set up the routes bringing resources over here, grabbing them from Hellas Old Town, as per usual. And if we have a train route in this area, I guess the delivery area, a warehouse, would also be set up here, where we hold all the materials for our citizens and supply that by train. Which should put the stress at the customs house to very low. It would basically only be waste for now. I don't know what your issue is. You went onto this? Oh, you went down here and then you can't get back out. Got it. There you go. The other road hasn't been built yet. So there's no real settlement planned yet. Maybe we'll have one up here touristy kind of thing, but it's not really planned. Tunnel construction will take a while, but not as long as in the beginning, because we have a lot of workers. It will slow down our iron mine, but we do have enough money. So I'm not too concerned with what we have right now. It's looking fairly well. And then the rail line itself will also need to be built. The train line has to come off of these and also go into these. And we have to find a path keeping close to our road infrastructure and basically double tracking the whole way, but we actually have to get to the other side because we want to be along the river. We don't need to go to the same height as the other one. That means the rail line will come up here, go across the road somewhere, and then join down to the river again. But we'll build that later. Health went down by 10%. It doesn't tell you anything about freezing. It's just generic health issues. And yeah, happiness should be going up again. We'll check issues. I guess we will check the crime issue right now. Seems like our police station is able to deal with everything. Maybe the police station in Korasna has a few extra issues, because it can also reach down over here into Old Town, and some of them might get assigned to this, and they did. How's the waste situation? We have our external storage now, and that should get picked up by our technical office over here. We will need one water and one sewage truck, because this area will not get pipes for now. And it'll be supplied, and we'll drop off the water and sewage from Hellas itself. There should not be any construction waste, metal scrap or other type of waste being generated. It's all mixed waste. Eventually we might run it through recycling. Then we can set up the recycling area to the point where we have an input storage for an area that mostly generates construction waste. Put it into... I guess it has to go through generic waste separation at that point. Maybe at that point we will set up the waste separation in the storage and then hook up another external waste storage for the gravel processing plant. But yeah, we'll get the residential buildings set up, wait until we have some people, or just get a few extra, and hopefully this town will be able to run. Speaking of which, I was interrupted when I tried to build some, to get some trucks. When we get a covered hull truck, I think one will be enough, but I think two will be even better. Hellas Old Town heating issue. Why do you have heating issues right now? Is it because it's attempting to share the heating? Or why is this one not getting that much heating right now? Because it's pumping into this too? Maybe this one needs to be set to higher priority for now. The other one is not working until we get the electricity hooked up. And I think it might be a little bit confused. We also have to get the wire built from over here. a little bit wonky. That should do. Didn't want that road. And hopefully we have electricity up here and can make use of the other heat exchanger. As I said, this one shouldn't get overworked, but right now it seems like the game is a little bit confused with how the heating goes here. Not quite sure. I mean, we are at capacity and it didn't have chime to charge up, so it's struggling. And we have the majority of winter still ahead of us, I guess. Hopefully we get enough workers. We only load 30%. 10% would be 90? 95, 9.5. So 27, 28, 29 workers-ish. And we're separating those between the fire station and the heating plant, so I guess we're gonna pick up more workers from now on. Might be getting to the capacity limit. We're even unloading the workers if we have any extra, so might as well make sure and always bring 50% workers here. Yeah, we had some extra. That is fine. Make sure the heating plant is running as well as possible. Temperature is struggling, but I believe we will get it fixed with enough workers. This heat exchanger should work. And when we set up this one can assist a little bit by taking the load off of the other one. Construction over here is ongoing. Resource deliveries are a little bit slow. But we have better vehicles now. All we need is the road infrastructure and the snow plows handling things. I don't know if we needed that many garbage trucks. We can probably reduce that at some point. And then get some snow plows. I should probably move 2 of these out. And replace them by snow plows. Snow plowing speed 43 kilometers versus 38, 90 kilometers an hour. I guess we can get some... Yeah, we can just get some Eastern trucks now. These ones are better. For our purpose. The snow plowing speed is what is the best for me. There are better ones, but this one is enough. Good middle ground, I think. The road has been built, so we can also now hook up the connections down here. And I guess start building. Up here we can just join the sites together for now. This road might have been a mistake. Because then this section might be too short, but I guess then this one is also too short. We'll put it here. And then build the first bridge as well. Hello Berliners, welcome. Happy weekend to you. Hope you're having a good day. Reconstruction in progress, temperatures awfully low, yet again. I think the heat exchanger is at capacity basically. We might have to set up a second heating plant fairly soon. Yes, weekend indeed. Looks like we lost 500-ish people. I hope we can hook this one up soon. So we have 2 heating pipes going into town. We have 1 heating pipe going outside. This one is not being used yet, the other ones are. This one, oh, I guess, yeah, we're splitting this one up between this heat exchanger and then this heat exchanger, so theoretically we already need the other heating plant. I guess I will set it up. This town will definitely need it. We'll have to set up the coal supply, and then the workers will have to walk over. I guess we'll hook it up to the same road so we don't have an extra intersection. As long as we can hook up the heating pipe, we should be fine. And then we need another conveyor engine to fill the storage of the heating plant anyway. I don't know, maybe... Yeah, I'll have to move it back. If I flip this around, then the coal chute is on the wrong side. This is how it should be set up. But we will have to build it here, otherwise the road connection will be wonky. We shouldn't really need a 3rd heating plant, that would be kinda overkill, but who knows. And now we know where we want to hook up our other heating pipes onto. So the one that is currently splitting into 2, we definitely need to hook that up to the next heating plant, otherwise we won't have enough. So right now, did you already start building that? I guess you did. I guess you did, then this is gonna become awkward. But shouldn't take too long, we have a demolition office. Demolish up to here. Get all of that removed, and then we have to go to this heating plant instead. I guess we have to go a little bit further even. Up to here. Yep. We're getting your heating sorted for next winter. I guess I added more and more buildings. Thought we were still fine on heating, but evidently we're not that fine right now. This has high priority, as does the wire. Then we might get the heating sorted in the meantime, but we will need more heating for this town to make sure it stops having these issues. Oh, it did remove this area now. Okay, then we are fine. Then we should be fine. I guess I started so many demolition tasks that it figured, oh, yeah, this section hasn't been built yet, so you are fine. We will need at most 3 heating pipes out of this. I can build this one now. Yep. And then the first new heating pipe. Should allow us to get up to 6 large heat exchangers. 5 of which will probably be in the town. Right now we have 2. Third one is getting hooked up. We're just waiting for the wire to be built, to be dug out, which is happening fairly quickly. And then this one can pick up the pace a little bit, although it might separate out the heating too much. We'll see. And then both of these heat exchangers will be fed by 2 heating plants that will share the load. And then we will need to bring more workers here to have enough workers in both heating plants. Coal supply will be shared from one storage. If one of them fails, then both of them do, I guess. We might have another extra coal storage here after the train unloading. And then this one would act as the first warning, second warning, and then the internal storage for the heating plant is basically the final warning. Just to have a little bit of redundancy and safety. Are these heating plants so far away from the city? Yes, they are. I don't want to run into any pollution issues, so I built them far away. Basically one heat pumping station area here. And then I had another one here, because I tried to go to Korazna, but that one was way too far. So this heat pumping station deals with whatever we built on the hill for now. And there can be another heating pipe going in here. And then we have another one to go further onto the hill, if we need even more heating over there. We'll see. I do like staying quite far away from my residential areas once I have the money to not get any pollution issues at all. Except for my towns. For my small settlements, villages, towns, I usually place the heating plant right in the middle. Do you think it will be enough to bring the heating? Yes, it was. It was until this winter, because our population went up too much. So we're struggling a little bit now. I think it is because of this heat exchanger, which is also hooked up there. And I chose a above ground heating pipe for the looks. And I think this might be losing too much temperature. I think that might be the reason. But yeah, now that we have our own gravel, constructions are going much faster. Groundworks are going really quick. The resource deliveries are a little bit slow. So we might need more open hull trucks, but things are picking up pace. We can get more open hull trucks here. We could add some long haul trucks to increase the resource delivery speed. But maybe some more tower cranes would be better. I guess the construction doesn't take too long once a building gets built. Electricity will be set up fairly soon. Tower crane is getting delivered to build that electric wire. Oh yeah, these ones are also new. But they only hook up to this heat exchanger. I need to change my truck routes. Food Hellas Hills. After the grocery store, you will have to go to this one. There's no line spacing yet. And the meat has to go to the grocery store too. And then we, I guess, need a truck for bringing clothing and electronics over here, which doesn't need to be a large one. It could theoretically share. It could theoretically share its delivery with another vehicle. How many workers did you need in heating plant in actual with -16 temperature? Well, we had... I didn't know how many, I always dropped the maximum amount in. But yeah, it started becoming insufficient, so we were running into issues even though we had enough capacity of connected buildings, but this one is struggling, so... I missed the point where the buildings were having issues. You can see some of them flickering at -2 degrees already. We didn't see that early enough, so when the temperature started dropping even further down, we had really high problems. I kept expanding and then missing that, so I will have to check the utilities a bit more before I continue expanding. Electricity is probably going to be something that I will have to check on. We might have to reconnect one of the wires from our system up here to the system down there, which has a lot more capacity, because it isn't being used yet. -6 degrees. The area over here does not receive enough heating, but that is, I assume, because the heat exchanger is just too far away. Now that we have electricity over here and this heat exchanger can work, we're splitting the load, but we're also splitting the heating, because over here we're separating that into two separate pipes. I guess I can't have another connection off of this, because we basically have 2 pipes into 2 pipes. One heat exchanger here, one heat exchanger here. That's the capacity. I can't hook anything else up here. If I want to hook something up, I need to get another clean heating pipe up in another heat pumping station and hook that up here before I hook anything else up. Stop production on the heating plant. That is not good. Where are our workers? There's some. Outside temperature is up here, -3 degrees. So fairly cold. Why are the workers not arriving in more frequently? We have 3 buses. Maybe 3 buses are not enough. Let's make sure this is not an issue going into the future. I will not assign all buses, I don't think. But our heating plant workers should arrive a little bit more frequent. $350 during winter is too much. And we will let you load as many as you want, because you come back and unload the rest. So our heating plant buses will be set up for the new heating plant to get constructed and start operation right away. Building have 2 temperatures. The outside temperature. I thought you meant the outside of the building. So they have very low boiler temperature right now because we are not bringing enough. It's less than 50. Interior temperature is struggling at 0 degrees. You are right in the point that I should check the heat water tank, which is very low up here. So we do need that other heating pipe which is currently built to prevent issues happening again in the future. Yeah, the boiler temperature is this one. One heating plant was not enough anymore. But we should get it set up soon. I don't have a prison bus route for these prisoners yet. I think that would be a little bit too early. Lots of gravel. Some quarried stone. Yeah, see, one quarry right now is able to keep up with the demand, which is nice. Don't want any workers in here. I look always at the boiler temperature because the boiler is over 70, 50. Yeah, boiler temperature is the right thing, but it will fluctuate based on the external temperature as well. But it is basically your check, will the internal temperature start dropping soon? So if you check the boiler temperature at minus 10 degrees and you see it's like close to 50, you should probably do something. Well, we noticed that a little bit too late, so we are going to do something now. We're back to 1,000 people away from another research. I don't know if we went over 7,500, I assume not. At the peak, we were close to 7,000, but still 500 away. So we lost like 400 people. It's a risk. Yeah, it is a risk. But we are sharing 2 heating plants and we can have 5 heat exchangers in this area. The next ones will be closer here. With this one we have to be a little bit careful. Maybe 75% capacity at most. We'll see. But I want this to be a larger town. I want this to be our main town in the area for the technical university. And then in the middle of the map maybe a medical university. Once people start moving in here, we also need to have a bus route for anyone, workers, but mostly passengers and students. Snowplows are doing excellent work now. I guess the snowplows should also plow the other roads. That is true. No mud roads, gravel roads only barely. Yeah. But people play on fast speed and just expand like I did. And then the issue happens at some point and then you react. Usually you look around a little, you should look around a little bit more before expanding, before you make the decision to expand. But I also got into the mindset right now that I want to get more workers, I want to get to the next research point. Yeah. And then the temperature comes back up and maybe it'll work next winter. Maybe it'll work then. It's what the game is basically. It's like there's a lot of things that you need to check before you expand, and there's a lot of things that you might have to monitor. Like if our water well over here burns down, we would also be on a timer of this water tower, which would go down really quickly. I could set up an array of water storage that I then feed into this water tower as a backup. Last winter was okay, why not now? Yeah. Yep. Well, I immediately started another area that hopefully will bring the solution. Hopefully the issues will be resolved and I will be a little bit more careful in the future. But yeah, dealing with crises, especially self-made crises, is what the game is about. I'm gonna move the snapping point underneath the bridge so I don't see it, I guess. Well, it'll be a while until I can remove that because of all the vehicles traveling here. I guess we won't be able to remove that one. Unless maybe now? No. Soviet without issues is boring. It's a different playstyle. Some people just like growing and setting up huge industries and becoming autonomous, but they don't want to deal with fires. And fires and issues are like compounding, so as soon as you start having heating issues, you will have fewer workers because they will run away, causing issues in other areas. So if you have one issue in the heating system, you will start having issues in other areas If you produce your own electricity, there might be fewer workers going there. If you make your own coal, it could be a loop where you make less coal, so your heating will get less coal, etc., etc. Issues usually come in pairs. Prefab panel deliveries are a little bit slow, but that might be because they don't get delivered fast enough over here. Oh, we do have them. Okay. Are these assigned to these storages? Construction materials. We should rename that. Oh, storage Corus, not construction materials. Makes it a little bit easier to see. This is a consequence. Yeah, sure. But as I said, some people just like expanding and seeing how fast they can expand, or becoming self-sufficient, and that is their challenge. The challenge of everything breaks and you have to fix it is not to everyone's. Like, imagine if Factorio had that. Imagine if Factorio had like meteors going down into your construction and breaking things, and you didn't see how it looked like before and you had to fix it again. I don't know. It's a different... Oh, that's that kind of consequence to solve it. I enjoy it. I like it, but it does require you to check a lot of things. It requires you to go into all the overlays. And some people just like making pretty cities, or like as pretty as they can make them, and having industry that runs really well. Regardless, I need to set up this bus for the heating plant and another truck to bring clothing and electronics. %50 of that, 50% of that from the old town storage. Yeah. Happiness is low, I'm sure. Clothing and electronics. Bring it here. Do not wait until unloaded. So our heat exchanger over here is working now. People can't go shopping yet because we haven't built this connection, nor do we have the housing in the area. But we'll get there. Happiness is coming back up. Unable to visit hospital might still be when these ones were overloaded, so we'll have to keep an eye out on that. I guess I can check the overlay and see who couldn't visit a doctor, but I think those are past messages. They should not affect any of our other towns, I believe. Unless we had like education issues crop up in this, but no, it's fine. The second heating plant will prevent a lot of issues, and with heating you shouldn't be stingy. Heating, water, electricity. If the electricity goes out, your heating will also stop working. These are all basic utilities that should pretty much always be running. I hope the water deliveries here will be sufficient, but I believe so. The area should be doable with just trucks, as long as they don't have running water. I think I'll plan for another quarry. %50 is what I'm striving for, at the least. So this is fine. And this will have to hook up into the next loading/unloading station. these ones are the wrong ones. Hellas dump. I assigned it to the wrong assignment group. Did I assign all of these? I think so. Yeah. Build that over here, please. Assign the rest over here for the resource deliveries. Heating plant is already assigned. Infrastructure construction is progressing nicely. Hopefully everything will work as we intended to, but yeah, they can basically just continue building all of this. First set of bridges and these roads, and then we'll see what it looks like. Supposedly there was a little bit of clipping here, but we'll see. We do have the weekend started today, a long weekend in Germany, but I won't be able to stream later today because I do have a race in 3.5 hours, so I will take a break after the stream to get some food finally, and then get ready for the race, I guess. 5 sellers here for now. Let's build the bus stop. We will have to hook up the bus stop to some footpaths. And then also work on a footpath connection along here, I guess. We also have to check the road construction in the other area next to our customs house, see what it looks like over there. Don't forget to drink your coffee before you race. I actually don't like coffee. I will drink a little bit of Coke to get a little bit of wakeness juice, I guess. Water breaks. I thought I have to stream at least 24 hours in one shot. Actually, you don't. They do say that Twitch streams can last 48 hours, but you don't actually have to do 48 hours. Yeah, it's kind of strange. They don't tell you that. At least I think you don't have to. Maybe it's when you turn affiliate, maybe you have to, I don't know. Couldn't tell you. They lied to you? Get one more quarry set up and then we should be fine for the time being. I'll need 2 more dump trucks, but that should be about it. Yeah, we'll probably have to hook up the gravel to the train network. I think this gravel production will most likely be sufficient. I guess we can do a separate setup where we have quarries in a different area and then the gravel processing in another one, and then just run a train route. How's the road construction at the customs house? We still have to set this area up. The tunnels mostly. First tunnel done. Let's get the other ones assigned. Especially with the vehicles from our concrete/asphalt plant area. I guess we might have a few less workers than before. So construction might have to slow down a little bit. Once we relocate the rail construction office to its own area, this will also be... We will have a way to maybe get the road connection off of this area, past here. Should be able to build that. Let's do it. Just to have it. Once these ones finish construction and I don't accidentally click them away, we can move some excavators and bulldozers over here and continue planning to this area, and the bridge going across along the hillside, and then go here. In the meantime, we can also build up this way. This area has already been flattened the way it should be. There are a few hills here, which is fine. Doesn't all need to be perfectly flat. And then we can build the tunnels, these bridges, and then we'll see what next. If a vehicle goes to the gas station and refuels, I'm wondering if I should give it a way to basically loop around here. Give it a U-turn ability instead of having to travel all the way over here. But I don't like that. If I have to do that, then I might just put a bridge over here instead, going across, so they can use the rightmost lane to go back into the rightmost lane. And I guess they can use this bridge, go up here. Actually, no, they can't. Right, I didn't hook it up that way. It is two separate bridges hooking two separate one-way roads together, so that won't work. Well, lots and lots of construction to be done. We can increase the amount of dump trucks at some point. I did move a lot of road construction equipment in here, but this is supposed to be mostly dump trucks and concrete mixers. We'll see. We'll leave it for now. Gravel quarry almost done. We need to finish these constructions as well, and then hopefully we have enough quarried stone where we can also export from this area by train for certain different other industries that need gravel, like a prefab panel factory, which I don't want to set up in this area. I want to set up a separate one. We'll probably have to relocate the electricity and the water pump, at least the footpath of it. The surface outflow, I mean. And then we should be able to get the connection over to the other side. This is such a weird intersection. I like it. Could have moved this off to... No, this would be too narrow. I guess we would have had to connect up here. I could have probably done that instead. I mean, I can still do that. We can't just bulldoze that area, because then this could remain residential, and we have our road connection over here instead. But I like it this way, I guess. This would have been too narrow, connecting from this up here. I guess it would have worked going down here and coming back up here. I don't know. This'll be fine. Heating pipe. Groundwork materials are present. And being excavated. Excellent. The other heating pipe, this one, which goes into the other heat pumping station, which is only hooked up to one heat exchanger right now. We might as well hook that up already. Might as well get that also placed. the second heating pipe also hooked up. In case we need increased capacity, might as well start a bunch of construction tasks right now. Now that we have road excavators, I can just go crazy with them. And they can drive to construction sites wherever they think is right. So we'll place a free construction office that will deal with excavation for the time being. Oh, here's fine. And get a few road excavators. Four of them will do the trick. Set the search range to 3 kilometers and assign the office to the list. And in the future we can move it. Looks like the houses are coming up. I could move in new people instead of relocating existing ones, which is probably a good idea. But first I should bring food and other things to the area. And we will use a constantly running route. We will not set up any parking or the like. We will just run the vehicles in a constantly running route, which will basically occupy the road as time goes on, as we will have more and more vehicles. I think that might look quite cool. We'll use more fuel. Fuel price 22 for ruble for the ruble price of oil, so the fuel price shouldn't really be much higher. We are fine for fuel price, but it is climbing in rubles because of inflation. Thankfully we're importing in US dollars, so it's fine. Might have to set up the import with a train into a large storage and distribute it from there at some point, which will happen over here. We have our warehouse, we have our train import of fuel. We have the other construction materials that we either don't produce ourselves yet, like steel, well, all construction materials except boards. But in the future we can then also bring the construction materials over here, and then all construction offices can pick them up from this. Or from the local storages, where the trucks bring the materials and they will not pick up from the customs house anymore, but also the centralized storage instead. So we have a multi-level system of production of, let's say, prefab panels, bringing the prefab panels into our central storage, from the central storage into local storage, and from the local storage into the construction office. That will give us plenty of warnings that we can ignore before any storages really run empty. We have goods up here now, trucks running constantly. The downside of having constantly running routes and only having one vehicle might be obvious once they start getting repairs, I guess. This vehicle already has 41% wear and tear, and it basically hasn't supplied anyone yet. Actually no, this one was running a long time to this grocery store, so I retract that. But yeah, we only have one food truck running up here, and if that one starts getting repairs, then food deliveries will be interrupted for a bit. Hopefully it won't be a huge issue. We'll build the next section of road so that we can start constructing these footpaths. Not sure about this footpath yet, but it's probably going to be that way, and there's going to be nothing here except maybe a corner of trees along the hillside. Or maybe we can get one more building in, we'll see. I did want this to be the slightly larger area before we get into narrower bands of houses, but I'm not sure yet. Right now I'm trying to fix the heating first, and we are working on that. Heating plant has coal, heating plant has workers. What the heating plant probably doesn't have yet is a connection to an external garbage storage, which we don't need for that one, because this one is only necessary to get the garbage for the fire station connected. And this one has a large internal... Oh, it only has 6.5 tons. Never mind, we're gonna put an external storage there. If it is only 6.5, which is one truckload of waste, then I think it's too little. Have a good day to Project 7. Enjoy your weekend. Maybe we'll see ourselves again tomorrow, or on Saturday, or on Sunday, or Monday, or Tuesday. There is a national holiday after all. Have a good day. We will have to set up traffic signs here to speed up vehicles going through this. These are all, except this one, basically simple road connections. 1 and 3, please. 4 will not exist in the future. I stay. Oh, okay. Alright. I thought have a nice one meant you're gonna leave. Never mind then. Right, that way and that way. That's correct. One, I guess no, the main road is straight down the middle. This is correct. This is correct. This is getting confused because of the dirt road, so we need 4 and 2. With the 3 being removed eventually. And that one. That's correct. We're using a lot of resources, so money generation is a little bit slow. We're also using a lot of workers for construction projects, so our iron mine could be a little bit slow, but seems to be okay for now. We are only getting less than 14,000 US dollars right now for iron exports, so the price is a little bit low, but with the increased steel consumption, the price might start going up again soon. And if it doesn't, then steel will be cheaper, and that's good enough for now. Gravel storage is already 1/3 filled. We will have another quarry soon. We have our external waste storage, so the waste trucks do not need to go into the quarry itself. Oh yeah, just wait for these constructions and then assign our 2 dump trucks. And once we have that done, I guess we can at that point get 2 trucks for... We need 3 trucks. We need 1 for meat, 1 for food, and 1 for clothing/electronics. And then supply this area with a constantly running route, which hopefully will have enough downtime that repairs will not hinder it. But we can't wait until unloaded here. Oh, we also need some alcohol. I guess we will share alcohol, clothing, and electronics inside 1 truck. And then we can get a 2nd truck to run on the same route eventually. And also 1 for food. I did not build a pub here yet. We'll have to do the same thing over here. Since we're bringing electronics and clothing. Do we have alcohol stored in here? We do. That is good. Then we can get everything from that area. So we can set up the truck that way. Once it has some free space, it can load alcohol. It can't unload alcohol at the small store, but the pub will be assigned later. And the truck itself will need to be set up where it holds like 20% alcohol. So we'll move 10% each and assign 20% alcohol here, 1.7 tons. Hello Shariashu, welcome. I might have to go through some lines and rename them. I might have missed a few. Vehicle repairs at the free technical office. That is fine. Let me take a look at our vehicle lines. Fire in the Gallery of Art. I think we have enough fire trucks heading there. Vehicle lines. So that one, Karasna train diesel station. Did I make a modification here at some point? Krasna. Let's check the custom routes. Krasna fuel train diesel station has 2 vehicles on it. Oh, it must be the second train diesel station over here. This one. Second train diesel station. There you go. Next line. Baraslav into Kliperyusk. Lolona. This is in Lolona's range? Oh, I guess I put another name tag up here. We can remove that. Kliperyusk fuel. Anywhere really. We can put gas station in the end, but it's basically the last stop of the whole route. Only one truck to supply everything. And this one is a truck that is doing a lot. I don't even know if the gas station is getting enough fuel for how much that one is doing. But the construction office fuel consumption should go down at some point. We basically messed up the line for that. Or we never renamed that one either. Looks like Hellas Fuel University is probably what the line was before. And then we added a stop to the vehicle line instead. I'm just gonna copy that name over. And then we'll remove the one that doesn't have any vehicle assigned to it. Then we have our aluminium export, which is not running. And our clothing export east, which is running. But apparently under a different name too. Oh no, I paused it, right? Is the vehicle assigned and paused? There's our clothing export. Oh, we're going from the export customs house directly to the west. So the western line does not exist anymore either. Basically, we turned our western export to an eastern export because of the inflation of the clothing price. And we might have to stop that because, well, production is a little bit slow. Or I guess export is just very quick. Our electronics that we bought here at some point for 130k rubles, 115k rubles, 130k US dollars. Those ones have probably increased the price by now. If we check electronics, they are now worth 325,000 US dollars. Almost, well, more than doubling, almost tripling. And rubles is like 5 to 6 times more. So inflation is taking its toll. Electronics is getting really expensive. But we have some. We have some from the 60s that we can sell to our people at some point and call it a Raspberry Pi, I guess. Maybe they'll like that. Lots of fires. Is it time to start running this area with our own citizens? It is not, because we don't have the food for it yet. Still waiting on that quarry to get built. First heating pipes set up. Still waiting on the excavator to finish over here. Lots of steel, mechanical components. And then we should be prepared for winter. I don't know if I could get a pipe connection from here all the way to this one. Nope. I would need a heat pumping station regardless. I could shorten it a little bit, but I guess it's fine. Oil price going down again. Lovely. I expected nothing less. We still have to build this gas station. It will get its own truck. construction office. Yeah, you have a lot of things to do. We can get another truck and halve this. You take care of the forklift garage and the hospital. The other one will take care of the construction office and the bus and station. I think that'll work. Or I guess we can just copy the route and let both of them run to everything. And then we have a little bit of a shared responsibility. And less of a chance of things running completely out of resources. Are you done with your repairs at some point? No resources. We are also lacking plastics here now. I wonder if the materials start changing or we're just of the vehicle material composition for repairs is starting to change, or we're just not able to keep up with deliveries anymore. Mechanical components. Instantly another delivery. Seems like we have enough. It's just the truck is insufficient to bring enough resources here, it looks like. So. Oh no, that was the other repair station, was it? Where are you from? Hellas. And that one is missing plastics and mechanical components. So the truck shouldn't be waiting right now. The truck should be transporting. Maybe one truck is not enough. Maybe we need two to bring repair materials here. It's a medium-sized repair station. What are you? You're waiting to unload anything. That is incorrect. Okay, I set up the route wrong. We need to unload anything and then wait to unload. I guess no. We'll just let you run constantly like any other vehicle. Don't wait until unloaded anymore. The steel can wait until unloaded. But you will have to bring more materials. We're slowly running out of... well, we're slowly running into issues. Alcohol and chemical imports are struggling a little bit. Thankfully we have an intermediate storage, which will give us a warning if either runs out. So some repairs are possible. Hopefully that'll fix it. Once the repair station in Hellas is operational again, I think the issues should start dropping. Still waiting for some workers to drive here. Road crane and workers are on their way now. Resources have already been delivered, so we're just waiting for extra workers. And if we really need to, we do have the capacity to hook up another conveyor engine with 2 more unloading stations for 2 more quarries up here into this area. Maybe even to the same conveyor. Does not really matter that much. Probably doesn't like going over that road. What if we build it down here? I don't know. We'll find a way. Probably on this side, in this end bit over here. We have half a year left until the heating issues could start coming back. But I think we are on pace to get all of them sorted. Laying down the heating pipe into the trench will not take that long. The excavators definitely did help a lot. And yeah, the train drop-off point across Briatis River will definitely help shortening delivery routes a little bit. We will just need to have enough space for the trains to all go there and unload. And then have a waiting platform for trains, because I don't want to have like 2 trains bringing in food and other citizen goods. And both trains waiting at the platform. One train goes to the platform and the other train will have to wait in a designated area. Downside of this is that we will probably get a lot of warning messages about trains being stuck, unfortunately. But this is the way I want to set it up. I'm not even sure where the road from here is going to head towards to. But we need this road to this area to start building, and also providing safety with our fire station. Has to travel a little bit to get across. Hopefully it'll be fine. We're going to find out. It might be even worth enough to set up a fire station here and just have a delivery route of workers in that area. Just to keep our investment protected. Just a fire station for your warehouse area. We'll see. I'll just mark everything with a traffic sign. Except these are fine. The main roads are what is important. We did rebuild this, so we should place the traffic signs again. Buses do not have priority out of this. But there shouldn't be many other vehicles in this area that will get in their way. Anyway, this is just a village. This is fine. Just the main road here. This is a one-way road anyway, until here. And the village area doesn't need any priorities. Police station should not be able to get anywhere into our other settlement. So I will relocate one vehicle out of our large police station because I did buy too many vehicles for that. Then our clinic will need an ambulance. We will need to relocate an excavator up here as soon as it finishes construction. After which we can wait for the construction of the unloading station to relocate the dump trucks. It has been built. And then set up the route. I guess we still need the fuel truck. Gravel quarry 2 also gets fuel. Sure. Load quarried stone, wait until unloaded. Loaded. Unload quarried stone, wait until unloaded. Copy onto the other truck. We'll copy this name and lazily paste it over here, replacing the number. And we'll wait for the dump truck. We'll wait with the dump trucks for the excavator to get up here first. I guess I should probably make sure we have traffic signs here. We do. Send the dump trucks out, then get the food truck, the refrigerated truck. Let's get both citizen trucks first, and we'll do the refrigerated truck last. Hopefully 2 of them will be enough to supply this area. 1 for food, 1 for the other citizen goods, alcohol, clothing, electronics, and then we need another refrigerated truck. And then hopefully we'll have everything, and we can start filling these houses with workers. And then turn off the bus route bringing workers to this area. And the workers from here should be able to work in the gravel processing plant. If they don't find work locally, they go to the bus stop, and from the bus stop, they have range. We have another footpath here, I guess. Not sure if that changes much with the range. It probably does. Nah, doesn't change anything. Never mind then. Gotta wait for our trucks to get here. I think that's probably the first one. And then we have to set up the route after it has refueled. Road construction over here looking pretty good. Also starting to build up the hill. Traffic jam for an excavator. I can't believe the dump truck still overtook the excavator on its way up. I thought I gave it enough time. Evidently I was wrong. And yeah, if the quarry stone storage is full, both of them will park in here and not cause any warning messages. And these ones will have to do that because there's currently no conveyor. But it'll get there soon. First truck, simply food. Right now we're taking it from this warehouse. In the future we probably will take it from the main storage area. Although if I do that, then there could be a problem. If the main storage runs dry, then this one will be affected very quickly. We probably will rely on taking the resources always from the nearby city, the larger city. That way we ensure we have at least one warning message. Maybe I can take it from the other warehouse. This one is larger and it's basically not being very much used right now. I think we're filling this one from the warehouse. Oh no, we're filling it from the customs house. Okay, so we'll start taking from this warehouse instead then. But do we have all the materials in here too? We do not have alcohol yet. $30, $15, $15. It's 60, so we have 40% left. And I forgot the clothing. 10, 10, 10, 20, 50, 60. Now we're at 40. That means I need another truck bringing alcohol here. But the food truck does not need to concern itself with that. It will just continuously run and bring food here. How did I bring the alcohol over here? Was it with the same truck that is bringing clothing? Or is it... How am I bringing alcohol to this? Hellas Alcohol Old Town. This is taking from here and bringing it to the pub. Krasna Alcohol is bringing it to Krasna. And there must be an alcohol delivery truck here. Alcohol chemicals. Right, that's what I did. So I guess the other storage will get its own alcohol truck. When we have to rework all of this once we set up our centralized storage, is going to be a little bit of a nightmare. %50 happiness and 26% loyalty is fine. Absolutely fine. One heating pipe done. We now have the capacity of 2 heating pipes into the heat pumping station, and from there we should be able to supply everything, which we can check in about 3 to 4 months when the temperatures start dropping. So each heat pumping station over here is now shared between both heating plants. So if one of them has a fire, the other one can at least slow down the loss of heating until the other one has been extinguished, even though we do have a fire station very close nearby. But you never know what could happen, like a fire truck needing repairs, and then one of them burns down. Well, in that case we will probably still lose a lot of people. I should probably invest in another fire truck. Oh well. Worst case scenario, I guess. There's always something that could go wrong. Let's take the route for our grocer. Copy the vehicle information over. We will rename that to Clipperius food directly into shopping. We will click this vehicle and just change clothing, alcohol, and electronics. And then set up the storages. Alcohol will get 2 clicks. Electronics and clothing will get 4. And then I need to add another stop, because we don't unload the alcohol into the shopping center. We will bring the alcohol to the pub. There you go. Once we have alcohol in the warehouse, which I have to set up, then we should have everything except meat, of course. One dedicated truck bringing alcohol is a little bit overkill. I think I'll tell the chemical truck to maybe only carry no, the chemical truck is fine. We'll only have a dedicated alcohol truck over here, running all the time. Hellas, alcohol, university. That should supply the warehouse. Fuel consumption might go up quite a bit if we don't let vehicles wait until unloaded. But the warehouse area over here will probably get a few road cargo stations just to hook up vehicles and tell them that they can wait until loaded. Although there should never be a shortage for loading, it should always only be for unloading. Never mind. We will have vehicles running constantly, I guess. The clothing and electronics also have a different route. They don't go to the shopping center. They do go to the shopping center, they don't go to the grocer. So you will have to unload clothing and electronics here. And then I think we should be ready to have people move in. I believe we have water, we have heating, we have citizen goods, including meat. We did not forget about meat. No, we didn't. And Clipperius meat for the shopping area. There you go. I will probably just get new migrants instead of relocating, and then let's check the price. What is the price? 70,000. That is okay. I think we can pay that. Especially since otherwise our money is just going to go away with inflation anyway. So we might as well use it. We'll wait for the meat to get here, and then we can move some people in. You do not have any alcohol, so you are skipping the unloading of the pub, which is fine. The meat truck should get here soon, and alcohol also. Let's move people in. Let's see if everything is okay. The other thing I need is a bus route, which is going to be our current route just in reverse. The one going here. This is now sending workers that go here anywhere. And the bus route picks up people from Klibriusk and brings them to Hellas Old Town. Pick up anyone except workers. Except workers that don't have an education. And bring them to Old Town, where they can deal with any demand that they have. We have 3 buses. I think we will need more, especially since students and passengers will have to be handled. Not sure if the microbuses are going to be sufficient. I also need to rename that route. Klibriusk. Klibriusk. Klibriusk, Hellas Old Town, Intercity. There you go. Let's add some proper buses, which I think we will need. The Mars 305 is going to be our vehicle of choice. Very good road speed, very good capacity, should be able to deal with any demand. The microbuses will probably be replaced by those as soon as we know the line distance. There's our first delivery of alcohol too. Reduce the amount of workers in the police station down to 4 and 5. Fire station can get any worker at once. And we need more workers in the area. Some experts, which are really expensive. And we're out of money. Which is fine. The other building can fill by itself, I think. Puts us closer to getting a research point too. There's no kindergarten here. I did forget about that one. I do not want to have a school. They have to go into Hellas to get a school education. Which might become a problem eventually. The kindergarten is going to be right behind the pub. This makes sense. I'm able to get food and meat, but that's only because they need to get themselves sorted out. And then hopefully, for any other demand, we will have a bus route that is sufficient. I believe we have to get Mars buses. Let's get 4. The other smaller 309 buses, same manufacturer, Mars 309, Mercedes basically, will be phased out in favor of the 305. Better capacity, much improved road speed. Our vehicle of choice. We did spend 2.2 million on migrant invitations, so it does add up. But I felt like we could use it, since we were making a decent amount of profit. And I didn't want to have 2 million sitting in the bank account and have it fade away slowly. We definitely need larger buses, so the 309 will have to be replaced as soon as our other buses come in. I don't remember if I had the end station as the first stop. I did not. we will change that. This end station is fine. This end station will go away. And we will have to redo this stop, which wasn't very difficult as we take anyone except workers with an education. Bus from the end station. Well, I guess we have to set up the other buses first. Otherwise I don't have any room. I guess they're refueling right now, probably. Should be back soon. They might go to this gas station, which is a little bit far away. And then going around here, which this one is, takes a little while. Could have another gas station somewhere in this area. So the high density concept of Hellas Old Town, I need to develop more. But we did go back to trying other things like building up a hill. But I think if I could place a very flat town that is just these buildings in that concept and then having multiple road connections, I have to figure out a way how I get them all supplied with like resources and services. So now they will go to the end station first, and from there they can line space correctly. You will go here, and the other ones, once they have been unloaded, will be phased out. Bus route, 180 seconds. That would be enough to have 3 buses here. Winter maybe an extra 50%, so 5 buses should be enough. 6 buses is probably overkill, especially with the good road infrastructure that we seem to have. But we'll see. We are removing some vehicles. There might have been a miscalculation when we added more, and yeah, just let it get settled in. Do not want to have any problems while it gets settled in, basically. This bus stop is working quite efficiently for how much it has to do. It does a lot of routes with only two incoming lanes. It's pretty nice. A large bus stop at Hellas University is not doing that much yet. I wonder if we should replace our above ground wire with underground ones just to free up the area for construction. I think we will have to do that. We can have 2 underground wires hooking these up if the capacity at some point becomes an issue. Basically hook up this one first, and then replace the other above ground wire with another one. And make sure we get rid of these bumps. They are not wanted. That looks fine. Yeah, I think through the town we can just have underground wires, and then maybe we have to replace this one too. Like, not change it from above ground to underground, but have another switch closer to this area, because this area should also get developed at some point. I don't know how large Hellas is going to become. Might be overdoing it a little bit, but that's the point right now. Kindergarten being constructed. They're complaining about sport, spirituality, kindergarten, culture. Most things we're dealing with. They will get an outdoor sports facility, but during winter they will have to take the bus. I will have to check waste storages also. Make sure everything is covered. I think a small one would be fine. Hopefully. That's a lot of extra workers. We don't have any workers coming in here anymore, so any worker we have inside the gravel processing plant is our own. We could tell one building to always send workers up here first. Those that are in walking distance could basically be made to work in the gravel processing plant. And then, okay, maybe not this building. This one is all the highly educated workers that I've gotten. But this building, for example, send all workers into the gravel processing plant and then send all extra workers to the bus stop. And from there you can pick up whatever you want to work. So we should basically be having a gravel processing plant that is always fully occupied. I assume the pollution over here is not going to be an issue, but we'll see. And yeah, that's our Klibriusk settlement, dealing with gravel and gravel-based products, concrete and asphalt. Successfully set up. Takes a little while to fill, but we do now have 2 gravel quarries, or quarried stone quarries, filling our storage. And I believe this will be enough for the foreseeable future, until we maybe make cement for export or something, at which point we will need a lot more gravel. But for this area I think this probably ought to be enough for a long time. Guess we can't get over here, so we'll give them a dirt road and can build that. Road construction ongoing to the hill. How's the tunnel construction? Both tunnels, the first section of the tunnel done. Second section of the first tunnel, it's more than halfway done. The other one hasn't been started that well yet, but we need to assign them, otherwise not all vehicles will find a way here. So this should speed up now. Much better heating capacity. I will definitely take the suggestion from Berlinist to Hard to have the early warning system of the heat water tank on the radar a little bit more. So whenever we reach November and temperatures stop dropping down to 0 degrees, we'll check the heat water tank. Yep, pretty happy with that. I guess since we didn't have any votes, we're building infrastructure first. The rail line still needs to be set up. We can do the rail construction in the meantime past this area, but I will need the road depot over here to start flattening out the rail, the area for the rail line, I guess. We'll probably have it come off after the refueling point. Not on the route of the... well, I guess it doesn't matter that much. not off the route of the waiting platform for the iron ore. But yeah, as I said, it's fine. We'd have a rail line come off this, and the refueling station comes out this way, off of this. Just as a guideline, this rail line needs to basically be on this side. And we still have the incoming connections too. But just height-wise, we're going to be in this area, trundling along here on the same level as the road, probably a little bit higher up, and then cutting across to drop down here where the bridge stays up and goes across the mountain. We're going to get down towards the river and follow the river line. Hello Deveniara. Deveniara. Thank you very much for the follow. Much appreciated. We will also have to cross the river because I want to be on this side. So the rail line will follow the mountain up to here and then cut across, including the river, onto this side and continue here. Should end up over on this side because the river is far away from the mountain. We might as well cross at this point onto this hillside, I guess. And then we would follow the river. We would need to flatten this. Have the rail line come through here. And this needs to hook up to wherever the rail line crosses. Double track both directions. It's a little bit too wide. Thankfully, we have vehicles in the area that can help us. And then smooth this out to make them not look too terrible. Get to here, and then turn back. And then we're in the area where the rail yard is supposed to be. That one we will have to plan at some point. Which is not technically part of the, well, quote-unquote vote that I did. I might start going up on the hill a little bit earlier. I don't want this to be a heavily sloped rail line segment, but yeah. Hello. Hello to you too. Deveniara. Deveniara. I hope I'm pronouncing that to an acceptable level. I think we can probably start building in this area now, since we have electricity, heating, water and sewage are still connected from down here. We can set up the bus stop and some residential buildings. We also got the footpath connection done. So whenever we build this, we could send the people down to this bus stop too. But we do have a bus running around here. It's just in an emergency. I guess for students it makes sense. The students should have to walk down here, and from there they will find the school, and the university is also run from here. But yeah, we do have a bus route to this bus, and that one would need to be extended. How are our citizens doing? Kindergarten complaints, spirituality complaints, because they are basically new here. Religion sympathy is still quite high. But we don't have that, so you either get used to it, or you have to leave. I can't. Well, you should be able to get into town and deal with it. That's the only advice I can give you. And now that average lap time is 320 seconds, so it does make sense to have more buses. We need 6 buses, and we do have 6. Hopefully that's enough. Could give them a small carousel, I guess, behind the kindergarten. That would deal with a base attraction need for them. Attraction. I don't think we can have a footpath connect anywhere here. And this one will also not hook up. Unfortunately. Did not build that very well. Might have to relocate the waste storage just to get a footpath connection going. Oh, speaking of waste storage, I should probably check that everything is set up well. I need a technical office. The residential buildings are completely disconnected from any waste storage. So let's set one up for them. 1 or 2, or maybe multiples. I guess we're gonna plan with no recycling for now. And small waste storages, apparently. Hopefully this will be enough, because that's all the area is gonna get for now. Heating plant stop production. Okay. Waste storage has been set up. There shouldn't be a reason for you to stop producing. We do have enough electricity. There will be maintenance here soon. Let's check our repair station again if everything is in order. Nothing to repair, so seems like we might be fine now. Let's check our repair station in Krasna. Also fine. And our repair station over here. Something being repaired right now, but also okay. That is a truck bringing coal to the heating plant. That is the truck bringing coal to the heating plant. So you have like 35 more tons before you need to finish your repairs. I'm gonna allow 5 workers here. The game just crashed. No, it didn't. It was just hanging. I guess it was doing an autosave. It felt like it crashed as soon as I clicked the button. I apologize. Where's the technical office here? Everything in this area is also hooked up. Except the heating plant, which does have enough capacity for 1 waste delivery. So it should be fine. I think there's a little bit of extra space in the first garbage tank in this case, so if it runs to 6.5 and it waits for a truck, it can overfill it a little bit, just so it doesn't stop. So that might be a little bit more than 6.5. We have a few extra workers, repairs picking up speed. But yeah, that's the downside of only having one vehicle, I guess. Should be able to finish in time though, I think. Do you have coal already loaded? Yes, you do. So you're on your way to the heating plant. That should be fine. If it happened during winter, maybe it would have been a little bit more dicey. How much are we getting per train? Back up to 16.5k. So a little bit of a price increase. Yeah. The bus route will be sufficient, but fuel consumption is going to go up and up and up. So maybe at some point the oil price will go up. Right now it's still fighting against it. Cement storage is almost full. Having that one filled is, I guess we could use this to be another source point for another concrete plant further on. So for the cement trucks, we basically don't need to always go to the customs house. We only go from cement storage to cement storage. Because we do have 2 loading stations. That won't be a problem. One of them can be occupied by the truck bringing the resource here. How many buses are running here? 4. Average lap time is 284. Current number of buses allows us 240, 60 times 4. We will assign another bus to be on a little bit of the safer side. And we'll bring that to the line of the heating plant. Our ruble is increasing, so we have a sufficient amount of income exporting clothing to deal with the monetary demand that we have. And our US currency side is hanging back a little bit, but we would also be profitable if we hadn't imported this month. Should be fine, I think. Can let more workers walk onto the construction site since we have a tower crane and all resources already present. The quarried stone storage is almost full, gravel storage is almost full. I don't think we're going to export gravel. Maintaining this is going to be a little bit expensive, but I think it was the right decision to build that as the next step before we start building some infrastructure. And this one is progressing quite nicely because of it. First tunnel, middle section, nearing completion of the digging process, then paving, rolling, and then the last tunnel section before we can start building around on the outside, which I guess we can separate into 2 sections and then let the vehicles travel between either. So they could already build the other road without the tunnel being completed. And over here, we will need a free road depot. We can then get some construction equipment. As soon as we get to this area. I wonder if there's another crisis brewing in the background. We have people walking up here to go shopping. Since they can go shopping for electronics and clothing, I guess they're working here mostly. But some of them are going shopping. Can probably fit another house here if I extend the area a little bit. And we do have enough room down there to make that happen. Would put the buildings right against the cliff. I don't know if I placed waste storages up here. I did not yet place the waste storage. We still might need that waste storage up there once we build more housing. But for the time being, one over here will deal with the shopping centers. And if I have a footpath come out this side, if it was possible, I might have been able to deal with the other one, the other residential buildings too. But that is not possible. So we will have a waste storage on the back side here, between the houses. People are not allowed to move into these buildings. For now. We'll get them built up first. We're about 250 citizens away from another research point. I'm still not sure what to get. But I think it will be the next level of prefab panel buildings, just so to have a little bit more diversity. And we can build some prettier ones for the town center. Over here. This area might change at some point. I think I will leave the service area here and develop around it. But it might change, we'll see. Looks like this wire is almost done. At that point we could remove the high voltage one, the above ground. And then also build towards this area, flattening this a little bit here. Making it go into our new shopping area. There's a lot of passengers waiting here. How is the inner city bus route? 300 seconds. We have 6 buses, which should be enough. I don't know if we have this capacity. We did not load anyone. Culture demand. So our inner city bus route. You're picking people up, okay. You're bringing students. University, Old Town University. Okay, so that's the last stop for unloading before it heads out back to the end station. So, as a last drop-off, it does bring some university students over here. But it seems like we might have enough buses. This is going to be a very busy roundabout at some point. If things keep going that way. And if we have multiple villages, then I guess if the refrigerated truck and the clothing, electronics, alcohol truck are not overloaded with bringing resources here, they could bring it to the next village and then go back, etc. So actually the route setup does make a little bit of sense. It is not it is not just bad, it is actually quite good. I'll get the carousel set up here. Footpath behind the kindergarten. And then check for waste storage again. Things are still being built, but all houses now have a waste storage, even the kindergarten does. Uses the larger storage in the middle. This one will need hazardous waste storage, otherwise we will run into issues with the clinic, which should probably be enabled. So people don't have to travel to town to get their much needed healthcare. Cannot store or export mixed waste. I mean, we were producing a lot. And our technical office has to travel quite far to remove the waste. We are going to make it more efficient once we have the rail connection. Then it should be less of an issue. I don't want to add more trucks now. We just deal with whatever waste we have. I will add a third waste storage for hazardous waste, just in case. It should be approximately the same amount of elevation here. Beam bridges are like for when you need to cross a lot of distance, and a straight line is fine. I assume this is on the same level of height, 4.4, 4.4. This will do nicely. And then we have our road connection over here, which we can use to set up the area and also hook this up. This is basically the service road which will hook up into the highway. Not with an asphalt road, but like gravel probably. Then we can use the other road access to develop the area for the resource storage. And the train connection. We need to hook up the buildings that we want. And the waste storage to remove the waste from the area, which will be a dedicated train, like for our iron ore mine, just for the gravel area. I don't know if I want to export gravel, but that could also happen. I don't know if the gravel price goes up a lot. Hello Bowen. Welcome. Started a new game and it's going okay. That sounds nice. Hopefully it stays that way. Oh yeah, gravel price is going up, so it's probably a good idea to start exporting that maybe. Although we're producing our own gravel, so maybe not. First town, industry and build on, and I'm making roughly 20k a month if I don't buy steel. Yep, that sounds reasonable. Already in the profit. Very good. We're starting our first large infrastructure project now that we have gravel, asphalt and concrete. Our initial tunnel is nice and all, going through this area. But I've decided to build a highway sort of thing, and we're building that one mostly past the mountainside, going around here. So we have a road connection from the customs house to Hellas without having to go through Krasna. It's a longer distance, so most vehicles will probably avoid it, but we'll see what we can do. And then in the future maybe we can have another settlement in this area, but I don't know yet. What are you exporting, Bowen? Is it clothing? Or do you export something else? Clothing, yeah. That's a good export good, because you can also use it yourself. Oh look, our 11th significant epidemic. Clothing is nice and easy to set up. It will also be the source for your domestic clothing consumption, and as your citizens grow, you basically get fewer exports, so at some point you can either add another clothing factory or diversify your exports a little bit. Works quite well. Pause this bridge. The rail line comes through here. I can get unloading directly into storage, I guess. Since we will have a train waiting here, I think we only have one. I like these small stops so much. Unloading speed does not matter, so a small one is probably fine. Looks like we will have to... well, the road connection is in an awkward position. But if we flip it around, we can have it on that side. It's basically a terminus station. I don't think it's supposed to run through. It might. Maybe, yeah, well, the coal delivery is probably going to come from the other side eventually. I guess we're just going to build the default unloading station. Yeah, road connection is going to become a little bit weird, because there's also going to be train lines going through this way, and this one has to continue going this way. River might get a little bit narrower here. Incoming train from both ends. This one will have to go past. I guess this is only needed for construction and maintenance, so the train line can theoretically just cut across the road and still be fine. And then we still need train rail connections for warehouse, etc. I'm probably going to change the layout of this so they aren't connected to each other. Like this one goes more this way and this one does the squiggle, the wiggle that it does currently. I think I have nearly everything researched in the HQ and Tech University as well. Oh, okay. Well, then you're well prepared for everything coming your way. Right. It does not like starting underneath the road. And now I'm too close to the other side. Really? Well, that side doesn't matter that much right now. But it will basically have to hook up into the rail line again. I guess it doesn't need to be there anyway, because this is already a quite lengthy station. Yep, at least I have prefab high-level residential buildings for Town 2. Gonna be in Oil Town. Oil Town is very profitable. Good choice. Where did I put my fields on this map? Don't have any fields yet. I'm planning to build a farm area over there. Farming settlement here with a farm. All of this. 2, maybe 3 farms connected to the rail network, and then take that to another area that will turn the crops into food, alcohol, probably clothing, or maybe just to the harbor area, which is all the way over here, or at least it's supposed to be, because I don't see any other good spot to connect a harbor setup, unless I go and widen the river manually. So no farm right now. No production of citizen goods right now, which is probably going to come back to bite me soon. But we basically set up gravel right now. We're taking things slow. Our challenge of no distribution offices, plus the low tech, which I usually add to any run I do, is making things quite difficult. I didn't do low tech in my 10 pop challenge, I had different issues there. $16,000 per train load-ish, 17,000. Okay, decent number of workers. Still doing a lot of construction projects, so we're taking workers away. And they're also walking to construction sites over here. We'll get more housing soon. Did you get a rail link to that iron mine? Too impatient for that kind of fiddly stuff sometimes. Oh yeah, we upgraded this quite a bit. This was the main concern because I started with a single train track here, then I widened it to double track, and then I added a third track as the incoming line for iron trains, so they don't interfere with the double line over here now. This was my main concern. But the 4 iron trains we have now are dealing with our output quite nicely. Currently I set it up in a way where I don't have trains waiting on the bridge, but I guess I could bring that back. Nice setup, thank you. There was a lot of fiddliness involved, but I like that kind of thing, so we did spend maybe a little bit too much time setting that up. But then again, I'm also spending a lot of time fiddling around with like different town style setups. Going for a different look up here, up the mountainside. We'll see how it goes. Did you know how low quality apartments affects people? Apartment quality sets the maximum happiness, the maximum base happiness for your citizens that they can achieve if they don't have a radio or TV station. So that's what the flat quality does. Yep, all trucks waiting here. Full on quarried stone, full on gravel. So for our purpose, this is enough. I will have to rework this area though. Probably have the electric connection over here. Where's the power line? It's there. What do I disconnect if I disconnect this industrial area? Not much. Basically the cement storage and that's it. The rest can take electricity from the other substation basically. So we can disconnect the wire and hook it up here instead. That'll be fine. And then take down the substation, get rid of the water pump, the water inflow, relocate it. I guess it's only the footpath that's maybe going to be in the way, so get rid of the footpath, I guess. Get the connection over, and then see what else we need to do. Can build both of those now anyway, so yeah. We did start with some low quality flats. They're working fine as long as they get everything they need. And I guess they might be really useful once you get a TV or a radio station up. So they can live in low quality housing and still be fine. We sometimes get low happiness loyalty warning messages. But that is also due to the low capacity of those buildings. And one person from a prison moving in causing an uproar on the average happiness / loyalty. It is December. Temperatures are already minus 13 degrees. I paused the game. Let's take a look at the heat water tank. Heat water tank is over 60 degrees. So we are well heated at already minus 13 degrees. Seems to be sufficient for now. And this area is also doing well. We do have a lot of heating capacity here. A small heat exchanger would have also done. But you know, there's probably not going to be another connection to another village from the same heating plant. Those ones might have their own ones. Should have done a concrete bridge. I went for the prefab panel bridge based on the look, but we have the concrete plant right here, you know. Would have been a smart idea to use the locally available materials. Gas station construction over here also needs to finish up. We need to get another oil truck. What are you doing? Old Town University. I guess I never started you, so 330 seconds. Let's make sure there's another vehicle running. Could cause some unemployment when you come back with workers and you don't find any work locally. But yeah, it is what it is. We do have a tanker here, but that is maybe too narrow for this setup. I think I have the larger style of trucks here. Yeah. We'll get another Mark E model. It is going on to Hellas fuel. Is it the university? 6 stops, yeah, that's probably it. We will change this route. So it is its own route for now. Remove this stop again. It did not merge the lines. And then after it has refueled, we'll move it to the depot. And then we can remove, once this is up and we have it assigned, I guess we're not going to remove it now. We're just going to change the last stop, the gas station. And then both trucks will basically make sure all of these 4 stops are filled and then supply an individual gas station each. It's taking quite a while to refuel. I'm going to send you to the depot. You can find a gas station from there anyway. Yeah, messages like these: low quality rural flat causing happiness issues. 20 people, 47% happiness. Heating is fine. It's -8 degrees and we're still at 85 capacity. Waste storages are fine. But the quality of flats is 62. Criminality is quite high. But we are running a police station, so I don't know what their complaints is. I had a few issues with happiness in this area. It might just be former prisoners moving in or living here. 0% loyalty. I don't know what's going on with these. They might be former prisoners, driving down the average. I'm not sure. In general, it works okay. Still think there's a little bit of a bug of something, or something of that sort, in that area. The thing that we will need here for the train connection is 2 waste storages. And I guess I can hook up the other waste storage to the first waste storage, now that I think about it. So if we have the dump with the claw machine, we could just hook up the other waste storage to the end of it, and then store the hazardous waste in there, I guess. That would be my guess. Move it further back, over here. We'll have our road connection, just for planning purpose right now. And then another waste storage for the hazardous waste of the area. I guess it's gonna be a little bit tricky hooking these up. Maybe the road could snake around. Yep, that is going to be fine. So, waste storage, both of which will have electricity. And then the rail line has one connection where it can run through if we ever have an incinerator further down the line. There's only ever supposed to be one train parked here and dealing with the waste being generated in the area. And this waste storage will hold the hazardous waste, which is intended to basically not dissipate, which it would if it was in this storage. We need to be careful to only allow mixed waste in this and only allow hazardous waste in this. Otherwise, if this accepts everything, hazardous waste could spill over, I believe. Hopefully this will work. Then the road connection itself, well, first the rail line has to come past this as well. and then join the double track that is going past here. This is 110 meters. The station itself is 100 meters, so we basically only need like 60 meters to be safe. Train can come in from either side, and the same will apply in this area once we have figured out the way we want to set it up. I might get a bridge over these rail lines, but since it's only a service road access to the main road up here, probably not. But then again, we might have the fire station over here dealing with the storage in this area instead, so this fire station might get some extra work. We'll see. Still undecided about how the storage is going to be set up, but it's probably either going to be here or here. Could also be on the elevated platform, but it does need a rail connection. We could have a train line come up here, service everything and go back down. And then use the other line through as a way to loop around, so basically make this a roundabout area where trains don't have to turn around inside the platform but just run through and run the other track back. That is still open and up for debate. But yeah, I think that's going to be it for today. I am going to take a break because I need to grab some food. And then I will have a race a little bit later. So, I guess thank you very much for watching. I hope you enjoyed the stream. Looks like our town is pretty safe now, Hellas. We got our gravel production set up. We're building a lot of infrastructure, which will hopefully improve things in the near future. Might also be personal vehicle proof. I don't know. Maybe we could go running personal vehicles to the border to get tourists. That would be kind of weird, but we'll see. I wonder if tourists pay more if you pick them up with a personal vehicle than a bus. I forgot that I'm slowly earning US dollars from an incinerator plant. Yep, sounds good. But yeah, as always, thank you very much for watching. I wish you all a good weekend, start to your weekend. Take care, all the best. We are going to see if we can raid anyone. Probably... we're gonna raid Berdiger, another German streamer. If you want to stick around for that. Otherwise, as I already said, have a good start to your weekend, take care, and as always, maybe I will see you next time.